I was saying about the horse stuff. Yeah, they make a wrap. Like if a horse breaks their leg or something, it like stabilizes it. So I've I've said that numerous times, Chris, but company tells me we're not allowed to just tell them that. So, but no, uh, the water buffalo headbutted my wrist. So I walked up to my boss. I was like, I can't get the lock. It's frozen. And two, I just broke my wrist. We filled out the accident report. He's like, well, can you finish the day if I do all the heavy stuff? He goes, any lifting, anything that needs like a lot of lifting or moving or pushing or pulling, I'll do that. I just need you to like get stuff ready for me so I can take it up because you had to mix the animals' food together with. We fed them fruits and vegetables and things like that. Lions and bears and stuff got meat. So, uh, I was like, I probably can't. And he's like, well, let's try this. So the wrap that they use on horses' legs, he actually used that on my wrist to stabilize my wrist for the rest of the day. So it does work. It does work. But I couldn't really do much because it was a pretty severe sprain. I mean, water buffaloes are big. But no, I was in the hospital in the ER, and I was telling them, and I don't know if they thought I was on drugs or what was going on, but like they kept sending in a new person to get the story. So I had to tell, I don't know, maybe 5 people that I was hit by a water buffalo. And by the time I told the last doctor, there was a crowd of people standing around, like around the doorway, a bunch of nurses and stuff. And me being me, I see all, the cute nurses standing there and everything. I'm like, hey, listen, if you guys think my wrist looks bad, you should see that water buffalo. So that was my story there. Looks like the connection here is stabilized. It's showing me really good speed now, so should be good to go. Pick it up? No. I never walked around picking up poop. I I did have a shovel that cleaned some up, but no, I fed the animals. I cleaned the pen. I changed the bedding. Cleaned out their watering things. Mowed the grass in the park, so it didn't look terrible whenever people came in. Repainted fences, fixed fences, things like that. Yeah, I mean it was a lot of fun to work there for sure. Um, uh, yeah, casinos are my new thing, Chris. I really like the Jack Casino in Cleveland. I was there at some point towards the end of last year. I really liked that one. I will judge a vacation based off the local casino. And if there is not a local casino, that vacation's already at the bottom of my list. So, yeah, I mean, I'll gamble a little bit, but I'm not like a big spender. Um, I might take like $100 in, and I'm like, if I lose it, I lose it. If I win some stuff, if I win some money, I'll walk out with money. But to me, I can usually give myself something to do and have some fun for a few hours with $100. During the day, you were just walking down the street earning beads, huh? Yeah, we went. My wife and I. I'm trying to think. It was out near Scranton somewhere, on the east side of the state. There was a little zoo, and like you were really close to the animals, so much so that there was a little girl like leaning over the one fence, and I told my wife, I was like, I mean, her parents weren't there. I don't know where they were, but I was like, I worked near these animals. Like, she is not safe. Yeah, I think for our tigers, I forget how much weight, but it was so many pounds of meat that I had to feed them per day. And the one day I had a ham that wasn't completely thawed, and I said, I don't know what else I can do. Um, I'm not close enough on the meat, and they're like, no, he'll be fine with the frozen ham. Like he can eat it. Um, and it wasn't solid frozen, obviously, but yeah, I put it down outside his cage. He grabbed it with his paw and just ripped it straight through and shredded it in half. I'm like, all right, yeah, he's fine. That's the last time Chris was on the news. So we're gonna go ahead and get started here with Leaf in the game used. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that has its own genre, Chris. Um, the the monkeys I worked with were never that bad. Um, I did have a monkey slap me across the arm. Um, Capuchins, the little ones like on Ace Ventura, or not on Ace Ventura. What are they on? Little capuchin. They're like just a nuisance. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was in their pens with them. Uh, yeah, the capuchins, like we would clip their food to like in a like they ate a lot of fruit, so there's a specific kind of monkey feed, and that's just what it said on the bag was monkey feed. Um, but you put that in, and then you would put so much fruit. Uh, but we would put it in a bucket, and we would use like a clip, and we clip it to the outside of their cage or whatever, their enclosure, and they would immediately take the clip, unclip it, the bucket would fall, stuff would spill everywhere. They'd laugh, and then they'd walk to the middle, and they had like rocks in the middle of their exhibit, and they would lay the clip on one rock, pick up another rock, and just hit it until it broke. So they constantly broke the clips, and they just did it all the time. I don't think it's Yeah, I don't think it's on Facebook anymore. I mean, it probably is, but I don't think I'm friends with uh, the one boss anymore. But she was in the one exhibit with a spider monkey, and it pulled her phone out of her pocket and started messing with the buttons, and she uploaded the video it took of her trying to get her phone back. So it literally started a video and videoed her begging to get her phone back. And then once she got it, she uploaded the video, but it was pretty funny. I can't remember what its name was, but you just hear her saying it over and over again, like, "Can I have my phone? Can I have my phone now?" And it wanted no part of that, but. And then they told me the one black spider monkey was really picky with what he wanted to eat. They're like, you can't feed him certain fruits because if you do, he gets mad at you. And the guy that was training me, I was just like, yeah, this guy's kind of like full of himself. And I used the fruit that I had. Like, I didn't go grab more. I just used what I had to fill out the rest of the day. So I think it was grapes that he didn't like. So he got grapes, and he did not like grapes. He refused to eat. He threw the clip. He broke the bucket. He took his water clips and broke those, knocked the water thing off, and then just like threw a complete fit. All because I put grapes in his food. So I learned my lesson that day. You could not give that one grapes. He did not like them. It is so neat, like how they have the personalities like that. But, yeah. It was absolutely. Yeah, you can't give him that. But yeah, like I mean, there's a lot of stories like that. You know, just different things that the animals would do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. It was definitely fun. I just didn't make enough money. Like, that was the problem. Like, if it paid well, I would still be doing that because I love to do it. But it didn't pay very well. So. See, you say that until bills are due. And then you're like, whoa, I can't do this. Changes things. Like, I think I made like $9.50 an hour to do that. I couldn't imagine doing that now because, I mean, I have a mortgage and stuff. Like, $9.50 an hour, you couldn't live on that. I was going to back whenever it was allowed. Whenever I was younger, you could actually get permits to own different type of exotic animals. I was going to buy a monkey until I realized like just the permit was like $5,000, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So. But I did work at a zoo and play with them, so that worked too. All right, guys, looks like we're good here. So our next break is our 2022 Leaf in the Game Used Sports Hobby 2-box random hit group break number 4. But I think it's actually national now since that the monkey ripped that woman's face off. I think ever since then, like, it's not legal to own them, or at least certain kinds. But I think it's a national law now. We're gonna randomize the names here 5 times, then the cards 5 times. From there, we'll pair up the 2 lists so that every customer receives a card in the break. Let's go over to random.org. Yeah. Got Patrick at the top, Larry on the bottom. scariest time of my life was the camels got out of their exhibit, and they told me like we're gonna. It was me and the other guy that worked in the zoo, and he's like, "Yeah, you just got to make yourself big, and then they're more afraid of you." So basically, you stand there and you hold a tool up in the air and spread your arms out, and they're supposed to be afraid of you. Yeah, that didn't work. Camel come barreling towards me. I was out of there. That was it. I am not a fast runner until I fear for my life. Then I can move it pretty well. All right, 1990 Cinderella story. Cincinnati Reds. Eric Davis, Barry Larkin, Paul O'Neill, and Ken Griffey Sr. Quad relic, 7 and 9. Oh, this is nice. Soul Man, a piece of a Derek Jeter shoe. Numbered 1 of 35. I actually have a story about that, too. Well, not what you're referring to, but I do have a story about a camel spitting on somebody. So we got 6 shooters. Gary Payton, Latrell Sprewell, Rasheed Wallace, Tracy McGrady, Andre Iguodala, and Gilbert Arenas. Numbered 5 of 45. Back to back. Got 1999 Brian Cashman and 2000 Joe Torre. Joe Torre and Cashman, numbered 4 of 5. And we'll get Tim Duncan, Karl Malone, and Charles Barkley, triple relic, 22 of 45. We have Hall of Fame caliber, Chauncey Billups, 17 of 25. Ringleaders, Reggie Jackson, numbered 50 of 50. A nice one here. The legendary 200. Steve Yzerman, Jerome Bettis, Frank Thomas, Gary Payton, Reggie Jackson, Bo Jackson, Ray Allen, and Ted Lindsay. Numbered 5 of 45. Best thing Reggie Jackson ever did. We're going to get Vignette, Bryson DeChambeau, numbered 16 of 25. I just referenced, I don't know if it was wrongfully accused or if it was, what's the other one? We've got a Super Swatch Signatures, Allen Iverson, numbered 4 of 5. The only thing I could tell you would be eBay, Gary. Would be the best bet. Super Swatch Signatures, Allen Iverson, 4 of 5. All right, so we'll jump back over here. Yeah, I think it does use more than just eBay sales. So that one would probably be better. All right, so we've got Patrick with the triple relic. That was Tim Duncan, Karl Malone, and Charles Barkley. Also the Cashman Torrey dual auto and the Bryson DeChambeau autograph. Nice break there, Patrick. Sean with the legendary 200 out of 45. And the Chauncey Billups out of 25. Gilberto with the 6 shooters, 5 of 45. Larry, the Reggie Jackson, and the Allen Iverson auto. I really like the Iverson there. It's probably my favorite card in that one. Jeff with the Derek Jeter shoe, which was also an awesome piece. And the final hit was for Peter. It's the 1990 Reds Cinderella Story Quad Relic. All right, that'll do it for that break. Thank you, everybody. Still taking personals today. Got a lot of breaks up on the site there as well. Put up some new prize breaks this morning. Let's see if we can't fill some things up. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any other cards with those two on it. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm fairly certain that I haven't seen anything like that before. Oh yeah, for sure. That's a really nice product, and it is every year. I can't even remember how many of the chosen few I've pulled, which is the one of one autograph that you get to choose from Leaf in the order that you claim them. So those are really cool. I do have another one of those Break King memorabilia cases. That was an awesome break. The Sophia Loren was really different. I really like that. The Stan Lee signed comic book, an awesome hit. Can't go wrong with that. Just some really nice stuff there. Yeah, I mean, I collect autographed books, autobiographies. So there's probably a lot of people like that out there. I collect more rock stars. Like I have John Fogerty, Neil Young, um, Brian Johnson, Slash. Trying to think of some of the other ones I have. Been a minute since I've looked at them. But yeah, I have a ton of those. I need to like take over my basement and start setting up displays. I've been there now for almost 2 years. I think it's time I should get stuff set up. I haven't yet. I've still got stuff in boxes I haven't put away. Like that's that's how bad it is. But no, like I definitely enjoy collecting those. I don't know if I have. Let's see here. I might have. You know what? I did kind of stop there. For the books that I have pictures of, I have Brian Johnson and Slash, John Fogerty, Neil Young. I have an Ozzy Osbourne CD, and then I have a Dan Rooney book from the Steelers. Yeah, my my collection's a little different from most people, I think. since I am logged into my stuff here to see my collection. Everyone always asks me, a lot of you guys ask me what are my favorite pieces in my collection. Honestly, it's probably my Big Ben autographs, but outside of those, these two would be my top things. Don't know if I've showed those to you guys before, but the Axl Rose, Tom Brady. Those two are probably my favorite two things that I have. Huge fan of those two. I need to create an album so that I can just like show you guys whenever you ask, but I still haven't done that. Just a few things here. I know a lot of people ask, what my collection's like. As far as the signed books go, bought a Dan Rooney, met Steve Blass. Those are nice. There's the Slash, Brian Johnson of AC/DC. There those are. There's the Ozzy Osbourne signed CD. John Fogerty, Neil Young. Got those there. Willie Nelson 8x10, Merle Haggard, Gary Rosington, who just passed away. Big pieces there. Adam West. Of course, love that one. My wife actually pulled that out of a Leaf 8x10 box, the Adam West. So that one's a really cool one to have. There's my Macho Man, my Ultimate Warrior, Bobby the Brain Heenan. Then my Griffey collection started. There's a lot more added to that since. Oh, here you go, some more. Graded Griffey's, my Tony Gwynn, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, Jericho, Sting, Jake the Snake, Dusty Rhodes, Hogan, Steve Austin, Taker, Piper, HBK, DiBiase, Ric Flair, horror stuff, Kane Hodder, Linda Blair, Robert Englund twice, Jensen and Jared from Supernatural, Charlie Daniels, Artemis Powell, Vince Neil, Tommy Lee, Dee Snider, Alice Cooper, Ted Nugent. There's the memorabilia cards, the Willie Nelsons, Buddy Holly, Hank Williams, Elvis. And that one is Elvis, Buddy Holly, and Frank Sinatra, I believe. Reggie White autograph, love that. Kurt Warner rookie autograph. Pat McAfee pulled out of a box of Don Russ. Pretty pumped with that. And there's my Tom Brady stuff. Just some different things there that I have. Oh, and then this was the last one that I know you're gonna love. There, Travis, with the Big Ben rookie autographs. And that's a rookie card with Bill Cowher's auto in it. For some reason, this one wasn't in my other pictures there, but that's a big one too. Sylvester Stallone. Let's see, what else do I have here? Here's some more of the music stuff I have. Steven Tyler. I pulled that in Topps Archives box. Of course, I have the Rock's autograph. Dwayne Johnson, though, not the Rock. The Rock sells for a lot more than the Dwayne Johnson auto does. There's the McAfee again, number 5. There's my Angus Young. It's a 16 by 20. My Ozzy CD up close. Can you tell I like all kinds of music? Yeah, people ask me all the time. They're like, what do you collect? And I do have, a million cards at home. But the stuff I really like I just picked these up a couple shows ago. I met Anna J. She signed that one, but picked up the Mel Brooks and the Mr. T at the show as well. Yeah, just different things. The only autograph, I didn't take a picture of my Burgess Meredith yet. I did get that in. The Burgess Meredith is actually signed to Steve, so I bought that. I thought it was really cool. The only one I don't have from the Rocky movies is Dolph Lundgren. I just bought a Tommy Morrison signed as well. It's a trading card, so I have Burt Young on a trading card as well. The only person I don't have is Dolph Lundgren, and he is at Steel City Con at the end of the month. So I can confirm that I will be meeting Dolph Lundgren at the end of the month. Also, MJF's there. But Dolph Lundgren's only there on Friday, Danhausen is only there on Saturday, and MJF is only there on Sunday. I don't want to go all 3 days. Why are they doing this to me? But I kind of need to go all 3 days. I mean, I have stuff at Danhausen, but my wife would love to meet him too. We watch all of his YouTube videos. Dude's hilarious. I picked this one up recently as well. That's a prized item there for me. Love that one, Red Fox. I would absolutely love to add John Candy and stuff into the collection. I just haven't been able to find it at a price that I'm comfortable with yet. Eventually I will, hopefully. But yeah, that's the... Yeah, I definitely want a Farley autograph too. Absolutely want a Chris Farley autograph. Sandler stuff's kind of pricey. I don't know if I'll end up getting a Sandler. Just probably out of my price range. To be honest, most of them are out of my price range. Just from time to time, I pick one up here or there. But yeah, the cards I don't really take so many pictures of. I mean, you saw the Bradys, you saw the Griffeys, the Gwynns, just a fraction of the Roethlisbergers. That was only the autographs. I have probably roughly 60% of his rookie cards, maybe 65, 70% maybe. Yeah, I'm putting together, at least I was at one point, the 1996 and 1997 Laser View inscription sets. Um, I have all the big ones from both years, um, but I just haven't finished them. It's just picking up smaller ones. It's like a lot of the quarterbacks uh, that are like $10. It's just finding them and buying them. Uh, I don't have this say out yet from '96. I actually might have picked that up. Now that I think about it, I can't remember. I've had it on eBay like 10 times in my cart. I'm like, not yet. But yeah, I do have a handful there. One thing I just picked up that I absolutely love, and I don't have any pictures of it either, was the Mick Foley. It's a 4 times signed 11 by 20. Nobody has, but I can see what I have. I do have them available for personals. It looks like they've went up since I ran group breaks. So it looks like the price would probably jump like $10 a spot. Now that's awesome, Travis. That's something that I really like. Yeah, I like that. And like I said, I've seen like 8x10s of like John Candy and stuff. At Comic Con, in Pittsburgh, it's still City Con. There is a company that just does like autographs of celebrities, and they have like a yeah, let me go ahead and list one of those if you're interested. I'll put one up. Um, they have it's a Planes, Trains, and Automobile movie poster or just like a big framed piece, and it has both Steve Martin and John Candy cuts underneath it, and I think that one's really cool. They also do that with all of the Avengers. Um, like they have an Avengers movie poster and they have a cut signature from all of them. But I mean, they're like, yeah, they're crazy prices. I don't know if you're into that kind of stuff, but like Chris Hemsworth autographs and Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. and those guys are all just ridiculous priced to begin with. So, yeah, it should be up there, Nick. Whenever you combine them all together, it's really high. I can't remember the price of it, but I know it was multiple thousands. Um, I think the John Candy, Steve Martin. I think they want like 1,500 for it, which isn't terrible, I guess, because all the framework and everything's already done on it, but still kind of outside my price range by about 10 times. So, yeah, I don't really spend. Yeah, see that stuff's cool. it's not something like that I have purchased personally, but I do like that kind of stuff in collections. Like, I think you see that in hobby a lot too. Like a lot of people think like if they don't collect it, it's garbage. But that's not the case at all. Like there's so many things that I absolutely love that's just not something I collect, but I still love seeing other people's collections. Would just depend on what the grade is, Gary. I mean, if it's gonna grade low, it wouldn't be worth sending in regardless. Um, I mean, it really just varies. Wasn't was it Wagons East for Farley? I know the movie. I didn't know it was called Wagons East. The only thing I can remember from that movie is whenever the guy loses his ear and they pick the ear up and the guy talks into it and he goes, "I can hear you through it," but they're standing literally right beside each other. It's like the only thing I remember from that Chris Farley movie. Which I think I signed up to play EA NHL games tonight in a league, but I might have to back out of that because I think History of the World Part 2 is now streaming. I really want to watch that. Um, it looked pretty awesome. That's what Almost Heroes. Yep. I feel you. Uh, yeah, History of the World Part 2. I don't know. I want to wait till it's all out. I don't know if it's all streaming yet. Started March 6th. Yeah, 2 episodes started streaming last night. There'll be two more tonight, two more on the 8th, and then the final two on the 9th. So I definitely want to watch that, but I'll probably wait till this weekend. I mean, he was pretty broken down at that point. You might lose some respect for me here, but another one that I think would be great to have that I don't have anything of, and I've never watched Animal House completely. John John Belushi. I don't have. I'm wrong. It's James. Why can't I think of which one's which? Not the one from the recent show. Even though I do like that show that he had on ABC. Not that Belushi, the original. I can't remember which one's which now. James Belushi. No, John. John's the one. Yeah, I was right the first time. Like, all I really remember him for is Blues Brothers and the SNL Samurai. Never watched all of Animal House. According to Jim is the show. I was thinking of James Belushi. I think most reality shows are really scripted. Like, reality shows are terrible. I don't know how they're so popular. I mean, they're just absolutely miserable. Yeah, according to Jim, it was a great show. But, that's another one. Like, there's stuff out there of them, but I don't have anything at Dan Aykroyd. I don't have anything at Eddie Murphy. That's another one I liked. I don't have anything with Will Ferrell yet. I'm sure there's a ton of Will Ferrell autograph stuff. I know the baseball cards from the set with Will Ferrell are ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the reason why they do draw comparisons is because he took over the Blues Brothers role. Once you take over a role that your brother had, you're going to draw comparisons. But that's where they come in. But like, just so many like funny guys from movies that I don't have anything of yet that I really need to. I gotta get a Rodney Dangerfield. I don't have one of those yet. I may have a Richard Pryor, actually. I know I was looking at a few. I don't know if I bought one yet or not. Nice. If you're looking for an old school movie that I don't see a lot of people hype it up, but it's a movie that I think is an all-time classic, is Harlem Nights with Red Fox, Richard Pryor, and Eddie Murphy. The cast is amazing in that. I mean, that's got a who's who cast for the time period, and it's a great movie. It's hilarious. it's really well done. So I do like that movie a lot. I can't remember the woman's name. It's the woman from Touched by an Angel. What's her name? Whenever she yells at him about the orange juice, she says it's only got to swallow it. He says, then swallow it and shut up. Red Fox cracks me up in that movie so much. Yeah, that's a great movie. Arsenio Hall's really good in that one too. 80s comedies were where it was at. I mean, one, they can't. I get it. There's cancel culture, and everybody's offended by everything. So you have to watch what you say, and you have to watch who you say it to, and where you say it, and why you said it, and then it gets psychoanalyzed on why you even thought of it in the first place. But absolutely, and like, I mean, they can't make those movies now, but those are what the best movies were. I mean, those were the time, where movies were great. Um, I remember watching HBO boxing growing up too. Uh, but yeah, it's definitely just a different time period now. And I know Chris Rock talks about that in his new special. I did not watch the new special yet. I might. I don't know. Chris Rock isn't one of my favorites. I already watched the stuff about Will Smith, so I already probably saw everything that I wanted to see there. My dad was a pastor, so I didn't get to watch any of that stuff until a little bit later on. um, but we did have HBO for HBO boxing. He was a huge boxing fan. My dad loved watching George Foreman. But Foreman and Holyfield, those were his two favorite fighters. And I remember, like, growing up, I was watching boxing whenever Lennox Lewis started coming up, and I really was a fan of Lennox Lewis because he had that real long jab, and I always loved that. So, playing like boxing games and things like that, I always built my guys with like the real long reach, so I could get those long jabs. Because I absolutely loved that. I think Lennox Lewis had a couple fights on HBO boxing, and I watched those. I was a really big fan of his, and then he was a great champion. Yeah, I mean the only boxing piece I have is the Tommy Morrison, and that's only because he was Tommy Gunn, and on Rocky 5, I um was it Antonio Carver, I think, was in Rocky 6, or Rocky Balboa it's called. I think that's who it was. I don't have anything of him, I guess. I probably shouldn't say I only need Dolph if I need his too. I don't have anything of Michael B. Jordan from the Creed movies. See, that's pretty awesome. I do like that. Michael B. Jordan stuff, I'm guessing, is probably super expensive, just because of the he was Killmonger in the Avengers stuff, and he's one of the top actors now too. So, I mean, Creed 3 just did crazy money in the theater, so I would imagine his stuff's not cheap. I don't think I was still watching at the time. It's crazy how you can just tell that sometimes, watching that stuff. And I always say, like, and this goes for any sport. I mean, for me, because I love football, like it's probably the most recognizable for me. But if I'm watching a football game and if I see a team line up, if I watch that team for a couple of games, I can tell you every play they're going to run from their formations, and I always I'll call out the play like before they run it, and then like I'll get mad about it. My wife's like, "What's going on? Like, why do you get so angry watching this?" I'm like, "Because I'm a nobody sitting on my couch, eating chips and drinking Pepsi, watching this game, and I can tell you what they're going to run. What do you think the guy that lives, eats, breathes football all week long, the defensive coordinator on the other side, is thinking whenever he sees their lineup? Like, obviously, he knows what they're going to do. Well, imagine having to walk up to Tyson in his heyday. Can't imagine wanting to get into the ring with a guy that's knocking people out in less than a minute. Well, that's more what boxing became. It became less about the knockouts and more about the guys that could fight for a long distance. I know Pacquiao and Floyd knocked people out, but that wasn't what they were. Um, I remember watching a lot of De La Hoya fights. I think most of those were just stopped. I don't think De La Hoya knocked a lot of people out. Maybe he did. But I remember the fights I watched. They just stopped the fights, because the guys couldn't fight back anymore. Um, that was. And I might be wrong on this because I'm not a big boxing historian, but for whenever I was watching, I always thought Lennox Lewis was kind of the guy that kind of turned that corner, because you had the big names before that were just in there throwing haymakers and knocking people out, but he boxed. All of his fights went multiple rounds. Uh, he hit you with that jab, with that long reach for so many rounds. I mean, he just landed jab after jab after jab, and you can only take that so many times before it just breaks you down. Um, it just, yeah, I mean, he wasn't just throwing the jab out there just to keep you at a distance. I mean, that's what was working. But his jab had power. I mean, he was definitely hitting with some power on that jab, and it was so long. It just made it so tough for guys to get into him. It's probably the same reason why Ali, whenever he lost fights, lost to smaller guys that got inside. Because if you can't extend, then they can work your body, and you can't really use your strength to your advantage. I mean, they can take it to your body, and then you're the one breaking down because you can't really hit them. That's where that long reach kind of hurt those guys a lot. Was if someone got inside of them. But after after watching Lennox start the rise, I don't think I really watched much boxing, but I remember, you know, guys like the Klitschko's being champions and stuff. I don't remember ever seeing them fight. I don't think I ever did. I know it was still big on ESPN whenever they fought because they would do the live round by round unofficial scorecards. So I would see those, but the boxing just kind of faded away. Um, People just didn't really get into it anymore, and it just kind of fell off. I remember there was a kid from a local town. He fought on ESPN, and Mike Tyson was like a huge fan, and Tyson did some of the broadcasting with him for the fight, and he won the fight. Um, but I don't remember hearing anything else happen afterwards. I think he was from Monessen. Um, I worked with a guy from Monessen that was friends with him, and he was real excited about the fight, being on ESPN. And I did watch it, and Tyson kept saying the guy was going to be a huge star, but I don't remember anything after that fight. I mean, now, boxing is more of a joke now because you have, guys from other sports going in, or you have a YouTuber going into boxing now. Um, it's not really seen like it was back in the day. And I guess that kind of coincides with UFC really getting popular too. I forget that was probably the late '90s into the 2000s. UFC started picking up steam then. I remember watching a lot of UFC in those days. We didn't have pay per view because I lived out in the middle of nowhere, so we couldn't order pay per views. But I remember we still had the local video store where we would rent like the UFC tournaments and watch guys like Shamrock and Dan Severn and those guys in the tournaments. It's like I think UFC really started picking up steam right then, and once mixed martial arts became so popular, it kind of killed off boxing because I mean boxing's still that science. There's a right way to do it, but with mixed martial arts, there's so many different ways that guys can attack each other, and it just kind of took over. I did love MMA for a bit. I don't really anymore. Uh, I used to buy all the video games, um, watch a lot of the fights. Get together with buddies and watch the fights. Once UFC got as big as it is now, I kind of quit watching it. It wasn't as big for me once everybody watched it. I don't know. Kind of weird. I guess it's like it just became too popular and too mainstream, and I was like, it's not cool anymore. It lost what made it cool. Yeah, I mean that happens a lot. I'm surprised, with what was his name, Donaghy, the referee that came out and admitted that they cheated for the Lakers. I'm surprised basketball didn't take a much bigger hit from that. The NBA really never dropped. I mean, yeah, it might have had a few years where it wasn't as popular, but it never died. Um, and I still watched it because I loved watching the Spurs. So I did. I watched I watched it for a long time still. Um, so I was in the group. Like it never really suffered. you would think. I mean, a referee came out. There was a federal case. He said we cheated. They knew it was cheated, and nobody really quit watching. So, and now the NBA is one of the most popular sports. So, one of the most popular things you can watch. And it's crazy because as many people complain about football and the political reasons or whatever they have for, or just the crime rate going up in the NFL, or maybe not necessarily going up, but just more out there because of social media. Um, People complain. A lot of people say they're boycotting, and the ratings for football are still at the top. They're still the best they've ever been, and that's with cord cutting. That's with all the fake boycotts. It's just so many things that people say they're not going to watch it for, and it still dominates at just a ridiculous rate. So. I started using TikTok more. My wife hates it because I'll go down a rabbit hole watching TikTok videos, and I can do that for an hour. But there's the one of the guy reading off, all the crimes, the extortion, the drug charges, and all the different things. And he says, now raise your hand if you think it's the NFL. Raise your hand if you think it's the NBA. The truth is, it's actually the United States Congress. And it's like, that video pops up all the time on TikTok. Is why I reference that. But like, that's out there, and I think that's why so much of the boycott is fake. Because how can you say I'm not gonna watch this sport because of one guy out of, how many people are in the NFL? There's going into training camp. There's going to be 32 times 90. That's how many people are going to have a job in the NFL as players. And yeah, one guy does something miserable. But how can you say I'm going to boycott the whole sport because of that one guy? Whenever in Congress there's only 400 and we elect those people. I think so too. I really do. My wife's uncle. We were leaving a party because there was a Steelers game coming on, and it was a party on a Sunday, and I was like, "All right, we have to go." And they're like, "Why?" I was like, "Because I'm going to watch the Steelers game. Like, I'm not going to miss a Steelers game for a party. Like, I don't care enough." And her uncle, he goes, "Oh, I can't watch them anymore ever since that kneeling thing." And I'm like, that's such a stupid thing to me. I go, how many times whenever they play a national anthem do you stand up in your living room? I go, as a matter of fact, I just watched the Jets and Patriots game, like before the Steelers played. And I was like, they played the national anthem and everybody talked over it here in the house. You didn't get upset with one person talking over it in the house, but you're going to get upset with Colin Kaepernick for taking a knee. It was just dumb. So you can talk over it, but they can't disrespect it. Like it's different rules. I don't know. I knew so many people like that too. Now the people that I know did quit watching, but it was like they couldn't give a good reason for quitting watching. Absolutely, Travis. See, I'm not a huge Doors fan. Um, Robbie Krieger, I think he passed away recently, but he used to do shows locally here. Um, there's a theater called the Palace Theater. It's like, I don't know, maybe 30-35 minutes from here. Um, he did a lot of shows. His stuff is pretty easy to obtain. Um, but in where you're going with that with the Jim Morrison, I would absolutely love to own Jimi Hendrix stuff or Elvis Presley. Um, you saw I have the Buddy Holly memorabilia. I think a Buddy Holly autograph would be amazing too, but the prices on those are just way up there. Um, Janis Joplin, during her time, she was really underrated, but uh, now Janis Joplin's looked upon so fondly that I think her stuff is way up there too. Um, yeah, I think the most I spent on a signed book was my wife's favorite author is Michael Crichton, and I bought a first edition. They did the re-release first edition of Jurassic Park. I think it was in 94, 93, 94. They redid the book, and he signed on the inside. I bought her one of those. That was probably by far the most expensive book I've bought. But yeah, I haven't told her yet, and she might have it up, but it was up there. It was a few hundred. Definitely what didn't come close to $1,000, but it was a few hundred. But I think it was her birthday present, or it might have been an anniversary gift. I can't remember. I just know I bought it for her. Oh yeah, I mean look at Jimi Hendrix cuts. If you see something Jimi Hendrix signed, you're looking at 5 figures. You can get Elvis Presley stuff cheaper, and you're still looking in the upper fours for a good Elvis Presley signature on something, but it's cheaper than Hendrix. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever have that kind of money. Unless I win a lottery that I don't play, I'm not gonna have that kind of money. Yeah. Maybe I have a rich uncle I never met. I don't know. Yeah, like something like this would be absolutely amazing to own. Unfortunately, I'll never have that. So yeah, I don't have a random 20,000 laying around to pick up stuff I want, so won't be hitting one of those. But like even this, like it's just a plain thing, you know. It's a picture from a movie and it's signed on the back. So like it's very plain. But I mean that's so pricey. And I mean for good reason, you know. Elvis Presley stuff should not be cheap, but yeah, it's just something that I will never own one of those. Yeah, I mean, I know Star Pick stuff is really rough. Because of how they did the certifications. I know I know a lot of the Star Picks autographs out there for sale are fake. Um, it's like here's one. I don't know if it's real. I have absolutely no idea. Um, because the stickers were easy to pick up after they went out of business, I guess. So like, I don't know if that's real. I don't know Chris Farley's signature that well. Um, I would assume it's not, but then you look at the price and it's crazy. I don't think his autograph is that crisp. Just looking at other things, like I mean, that looks so much different. That one looks way different than the one on the Star Picks card, but again, that one might have been signed later than the Star Picks card, which was supposed to be signed in '92. So maybe that was his signature then, but it changed. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Like I would love to own that, and that's like a dream piece. But I just have no way of knowing if those are real or if they're not. And I've seen so many people. You know, I'm in. I think it's Historical Autographs. Is a group I'm in on Facebook, and people were saying a lot of the Chris Farley autographs that they see out there for sale aren't real, and it makes me really nervous about buying one. Um, they say even the authenticated ones aren't real. It scares me. Um, Same with Andre the Giant. I know I do a couple of I'm in a couple of wrestling groups where wrestling promotions of like indie promoters who have had all the wrestlers in throughout their time promoting, you know, 20, 30 years, and they'll sell stuff that they had signed personally by those guys. Um, they flat out told me anything Andre the Giant, take with a grain of salt. They said it doesn't matter if it's certified. It's so hard to find a legit Andre the Giant. Um, because of that and the price tag that goes with those, I'll probably never own one. it would have to come from a collection that I could absolutely be certain of the owner. But like I just, because I'm not an expert either. Like, I mean, the people that say that aren't really either. You know, I mean, I don't know. You just have to take so much stuff with a grain of salt. Like, it's really hard because you can't know for sure. Whereas guys that are signing right now, I can look at their signature, I can look at the stuff that's close, and I can, I can be a good judge of that too. And then if it's certified on top of that, I've seen what the Beckett process is for certifying, so I know PSA and JSA are going to go through the same process. I've seen what that is, and I know how in detail they go. So I do trust those, but then whenever I have guys that worked with them being like, yeah, they didn't really sign much. I'm like, well, maybe somebody was having a bad day and didn't go over everything with a fine-tooth comb like they should have. You just never know. All right, I do have a personal break here. I'm going to go grab that. I will be right back. I can't even see anybody. I don't know what that noise is. I do gotta grab thicker top loaders. means they're working on something somewhere. I just don't know what. Either that or the world's largest rattlesnake is in the wall. At first I thought maybe it was raining. That doesn't sound like rain. Alright, our next break is for Benjamin. It's a 2022 Panini Immaculate UFC hobby box. Good luck. All right, so we'll start off here with Michael Chandler, 22 of 49. Got some memorabilia. Aspen Ladd, 57 of 99. That's okay, I have to. We've got Carla Esparza, Immaculate Standard, 81 of 99. Tomorrow's a new release day, so I got to prepare for that stuff eventually. But Waterway, we got a memorabilia signature, 37 of 99. Santiago Pazenabo. We've got a shadow box signature, Carla Esparza, 93 of 99. And memorabilia signature, Khabib, 34 of 49. All right, that'll do it. Thank you, Benjamin. All right, Steve, see it here. I'm gonna grab that for you. Catch you tomorrow, Travis. All right, guys. Our next break is for Steven. It's a 2021-22 Upper Deck SP Game Used Hockey Hobby Box. Good luck. Number 874 of 999. Authentic rookie, Brett Murray. John Gibson, 164 of 205. Got a banner year, Ilya Sorokin. Authentic rookie jersey autograph, Jan Jenik, 112 of 135. Rookie blends, Alex Newhook, 12 of 150. Quad jersey there. Authentic rookie, David Ferentz. Rookie jersey there. And our final hit of the box is going to be embroidered draft picks from the 2016 draft in Buffalo, Ross Colton. All right, that'll do it. Thank you, Steven. All right, guys, let's keep those orders going. Yeah, I know. I was looking at that. What is it? It's one autograph plus a 10-card set. I really wish they'd have done it a different way. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of whenever they do it like that with a set because I have no interest in set. Like there's a 10-card base set plus one autograph per box. So every time you buy a box, you get the 10-card set again. And I don't want the 10-card set a whole bunch of times. I'd rather them not even waste their time making those and just do exactly. Just do $30 for one hit. I'm fine with that. Who knows? If you don't make all those base sets, you could probably do 25 for the hit and still make money. So they, I don't know. I mean, Leaf's been doing it a lot longer than I have, so maybe they know something I don't. But I don't think that base set's going to be too popular. All right, we do have another break here. Let's see what we got. It's another Steven. Had myself confused. It's like I just ran that break. Yeah, I mean, the Omega I have is from Leaf Pearl. The Young Bucks I have is from the 2016 Leaf Young Bucks. I have a lot of the 2012 and 14 Leaf cards. I don't know if any of those were on the pictures I showed earlier. Yeah, the Piper, the Jake the Snake Roberts, those were Leaf designs from earlier sets. The Young Bucks for 2016 and the Omega I showed off too was from Leaf Pearl. I really like the Leaf designs of the wrestling cards. I really, really do. I also like the Leaf designs of football and basketball, or football and baseball cards too. I think Leaf Trinity is one of the nicest sets made. So I'm a fan of Leaf. Nice. Isn't the Omega numbered to 10? I think it's from what, 2020 Leaf Wrestling or something? All right, I'll be right back with this box. Yeah, I know I've pulled you some nice stuff. You have the Omega. I think I pulled you a Chipper Jones autograph before. Did you hit the I can't think of their name. The Iconics. Was that for you? The dual autograph of the Iconics? Or was that for somebody else? I was just thinking the other day. Remember the Yep. Do you remember the Roman Reigns printing plate autograph I pulled out of Undisputed? That's a pretty penny right now. At the time, that was like a $200 card. Now that thing's a bit of a monster. So, just so many times, like, we don't think about that kind of stuff as we pull it, you know? Like, the values go up. Oh. How about this? It's actually being featured on our website right now as one of the hits. Yeah, I pulled you that one. I was looking, I thought I saw the Roman Reigns on there the other day. That's what made me think about it, actually. But yeah, there's the Billy Kay and Peyton Royce. Let's see here. I also pulled that. I think Lindsay hit that one, if I'm not mistaken. The Sting number 2 of 5. I want to say I pulled that one for Lindsay. No. Was it supposed to be in here?
No.
Okay.
I'm guessing, but this is where I look just because.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, Legends was really good. I did see somebody had a Legends box recently. I can't remember who it was, and I saw the price on it, and I was like, that is absolutely insane. Um, those boxes have taken off, and I mean, like, you see, like with 2000 football or 2001 football, there's so many old products that are still sealed. Um, like the 2000 stuff where you can pull Brady. '01 was Breeze. '05 Rogers. '04 Ben, Rivers, and Eli. Uh, that stuff's still sealed because people keep football products sealed. There's a lot of '03, '04 stuff, basketball, that we've gotten in recently. Can pull LeBron James rookie autographs out of those. And there's a whole bunch of that stuff still sealed because people didn't rip it. Wrestling cards are a different breed. It's a completely different kind of collector. And whenever wrestling cards release, they get opened almost immediately. It's really hard to find the Legends. It's really hard to find older Undisputed boxes. That's why you see them so expensive. The Leaf Wrestling, those are released with a very low print run. So they get released, they get opened, and they are gone. Trying to find any of the old school Leaf boxes, 2012, 2014, 2016, 2017, you will not find those. They go so fast, we can't even find 2020. It's really hard to find the 2020 ones. I know I've put in a request for us to put out buys on those. We've done that. We haven't been able to find anybody that has cases or even loose boxes of those for sale because wrestling collectors are a different breed. It's people aren't keeping those sealed. It's they release, they get ripped, and they're in circulation, and they're out there. Which is why, and that's another reason why whenever you see I think we have 2016 and 2018 Undisputed on the website, there's so few boxes of those, and they're super expensive. But if you start doing some searching, there's one of ones out there that haven't been pulled, or at least haven't made their way out, and that means they were either pulled by a collector, they were pulled by somebody that knows a collector of that particular wrestler, or they're still in boxes, which is big because that's what helps drive the price. Yeah, the possibility of a private collector or somebody pulling that's a friend with a private collector is absolutely out there. I mean, I can't say definitively that they haven't been pulled and they haven't been sold, but usually if you don't see something on eBay, it's less likely that it was out there. I mean, with other sports, you might see it pop up, in a golden auctions or something of that, of that kind of similarity. But with wrestling cards, it's really just eBay or bust. I don't know how many of you guys watched the podcast that I did with wrestling trading cards, but he showed me that he had the second highest graded Ric Flair rookie card, and he wanted to sell it, but he was talking to auction houses, and because they're not really familiar with wrestling cards, what they were quoting him at for what the value is was just super low. And he said, I know it's going to go for more than that because I know private collectors that have bought lower graded for higher prices than what they're quoting me at. So it's tough. I mean, wrestling cards are so different, and if you don't know for sure, I mean, I would suggest following somebody like an Adam Gelman on Twitter if you're really into wrestling cards. He breaks, and I know Chris, you do. He breaks down products and stuff. He's really good at it, and I know some people say he might come off as a know-it-all or something sometimes in the comments, but he's actually a decent guy. Like, I talk to him a lot. he's decent. Yeah, he absolutely is. He's actually an admin of it. He has like a blog type thing that he does for wrestling cards where he breaks stuff down. And one of the things that he covered was the introduction of wrestling cards to more of the mainstream of collecting, because once Panini took over, that meant the Prism collectors were in, the Select collectors were in, high-end collectors, and Immaculate, those guys are all in on WWE now, whenever they never would have thought about it before. Topps had some of that with Chrome, but Chrome isn't. Topps Chrome was never the same as Panini Prism. Prism was always like that was always the big one, you know, those black prisms and things. That was the big get because whenever cards hit the value that they're at now, it was Panini was the major player in basketball and football. With Topps, you'll see that more like in the rookie cards of like Mike Trout and those guys from Update. But yeah, it's he kept putting blogs out there like for people that collected wrestling but weren't sure about the other stuff. It's a whole new world whenever that stuff opens up for everybody. And so I think if you're a wrestling collector but you're not sure about different things, I think he's a phenomenal person to follow on things. Wrestling Trading Cards is a great podcast to follow. They told me another podcast, but I can't remember who they are. They work with Matt Cardona and Brian Myers. I'm sure, Chris, you probably know that podcast. I know Cardona and Myers have the Wrestling Figures podcast, but they work hand in hand with another podcast group, Card Foundation. There you go. And they're all really good people to follow because they all break that stuff down. So those are some recommendations for people looking for that kind of information. Those guys really go into detail. I mean, they know what they're talking about. They're good people to follow. But, our next break here is for Steven. It's going to be 2 boxes of 2022 Panini Donruss Optic Baseball first off the line. Good luck, Steven. We've pulled you a lot of O'Neal Cruz out of here. Let's see if we can keep the big rookie hits coming. Nice regular rookie cards there, numbered to 99. Numbered 4 of 25. Got a Taylor Walls autograph. And numbered 18 of 20, Willie Adames. Signature there for the Brewers. Do you remember the 2017 Leaf buyback breaks we were running, Chris? That was a product I really, really liked. I found 1 box of those in the wild and I bought it. And I still have a handful. I got Jerry Lawler, Rikishi. I have a Trent Barretta from there. So I did find some good ones in it. Brian De La Cruz, rookie. Big hit. They keep coming. Number 12 of 35, Wander Franco. Yeah, I loved that set. Definitely one of the top things there. But a big Wander Franco autograph here. Number 12 of 35. And this box is a good one. Our first off the line exclusive, Diamond Kings Mike Trout. Numbered 1 of 7. Mike Trout out of 7. And it is serial number 1 of 7, which usually brings it a little bit more of a premium because it is the first one printed. It's that first one and it's jersey numbers. Always have a little bit of premium. I think the last one in the run does too. But I know for sure the first and the jersey number do. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. And see, that's something that I've always liked too from Upper Deck. They did that back in the 90s with SP. If you remember, I think Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds had some of those. Got a Gavin Sheets autograph, number 6 of 15. That's me trying to pull out the memory since I've been collecting now for 30 years. And what a rookie autograph we have here. Julio Rodriguez. And wow, what a number. 4 of 8. Julio Rodriguez, numbered 4 of 8. Huge hit on that one. And the final pack of the break. Yeah, they did, and they still do to an extent, but they also have that we got a Mike Trout there out of 99, Jeremy Pena. They also have the buybacks set now too. Number 30 of 35, rated rookie signature, Jake Myers. And we have a Javi Baez, first off the line exclusive, number 2 of 7. Man, what a break here. The first box gave us the Mike Trout 1 of 7, the Wander Franco autograph, 12 of 35. And the second box with the Julio Rodriguez, numbered 4 of 8. Big time hits there, Steven. Congrats on those. Okay, guys, we do have 5 spots in Bowman Chrome Baseball. We have 5 in Topps Gilded. We have 5 in Break King Vault. Our first vault today, we saw that Stan Lee autographed comic book. Really nice hit on that one. 3 left here in Immaculate UFC. Of course, we have more Cup Hockey. We have 6 left in Decision Political Trading Cards. Of course, everybody agrees about politics all the time. We have 5 left in the Gold Rush Treasure Chest. 20 spots left in our 18-box 52 hit Spring Break Mixer that also has 4 prizes. We have NT Baseball down to 8. We still have more Supercharged. Just put up today, we have Leaf Trinity Baseball with an O'Neal Cruz signed jersey. And we have Leaf Exotic Basketball with a Kevin Durant signed authentic Supersonics jersey, which is a really cool prize on that one. Love the green Supersonics jerseys. Of course, Kevin Durant, probably the biggest star in there. I would say the biggest star that the Sonics ever had. Some people might argue with that because of Gary Payton and Ray Allen and Sean Kemp, but I don't think anybody could argue that Kevin Durant was the best of that bunch. Well, I mean, they just transferred over to Oklahoma City. Didn't they go up, 3-0 on the Warriors and then lose that series? And that was kind of like the downfall. That's whenever Harden won it out. Oh, that's because is that the cheapest option that you have available?
Yeah, you're in the middle of a men's road.
All right, our next break here is for Charles. We have a 2022 Panini Donruss Elite Football T-Mail box and a 2022 Leaf Exotic Multi-Sport Edition box. Good luck. Got a Jalen Hurts, numbered 40 of 49. Josh Allen, Spellbound, numbered to 349. Michael Thomas, numbered to 399. Rookie on deck, Kenny Pickett. Numbered 38 of 92. Red Aspirations, Justin Ross. And he should be getting cleared to play this year. I think a lot of people forget about Justin Ross. Really good college career. Had the neck issue, I believe. And we'll have Brian Cook, number to 999. Let's not forget, DK Metcalf had a neck issue too, and that is long past him since. Yeah, unfortunately, Steve, I can't really do anything about that because it's all pulled from like our shipping thing. So I know I've checked that before, and it usually lines up pretty correctly with it. And we're going to get a snakeskin Mariano Rivera, numbered 9 of 10. Really nice hit there. And that'll do it. Thank you, Charles. I'll have to look.
I brought up that bring your team, and they're talking team names, and I made it fun. Bubba hated it.
I don't know. It is what it is. Not gonna lie, I've been pushing to try to get to work with different athletes or anybody that's in the area, and I don't know where the progress went, but we've tried in the past and schedules haven't aligned. So I've asked for them to try again because in April AEW is in Pittsburgh, and I was trying to get some AEW, at least one AEW wrestler into the store for a signing and maybe do some breaks with me, before they go to the store for the signing. And I told him, I was like, give me Nyla Rose. Huge social media presence. I don't care what people do or what they want to be called or what they want. It doesn't matter to me. Just let everybody be themselves and leave people alone. I would ask for Abaddon, but I think she would scare me. So I don't think I could sit in the same room. So absolutely, like, I don't understand like why people get upset over stuff. Like, just let people be themselves. If it doesn't bother you, let them alone. Oh, I bet. I've seen pictures without the makeup. She's I guess she goes by they. So they they are a sight to see. Whatever, not a zombie. But yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Chris. Just it doesn't affect me. I don't care what people do. I told them Ethan Page, Nyla Rose, and Danhausen. I know the last time we tried to get Danhausen, his schedule didn't fit. He would have done it, but his schedule didn't fit. So we'll see. I don't know where the progress is for April, but that was the three that I said would be the best bet. Would be Danhausen, Ethan Page, and Nyla Rose. Um, I I would think it would be a blast to work with any of those three. So some other people that do stuff like that would be Brody King, um, Evil Uno possibly, but I think he still lives in Canada, so I know it'd be his schedule is always rough. Um, yeah, I mean he seems like a down to earth He seems like a good guy. I also told them John Silver too. I mean, just because I think he would be a blast to be around. But Stark seems like a cool guy. He seemed kind of weird at the press conference the other night. The media scrum. He seemed kind of weird. But I mean, a lot of those people seem decent. Like I met Sammy and Ty. They're awesome people. I met Britt Baker. She was incredible. Anna Jay was super nice. Dustin Rhodes was incredible. Dustin Rhodes would sit and talk to you for a month without getting up. Like that guy has no problem telling you stories and reliving things that he went through. He absolutely loved it. Um, yeah, I watched them all. The MJF portion was amazing. Um, and then it was Starks and Wardlow. I think that was it. I don't think there was anybody else. I think that was the only wrestlers. I was at first. Whenever I met Britt, I was really awkward because I had never paid to meet a celebrity before, and I think it's really weird. Um, I still think it's weird, but it actually like I gotten used to it now. Um, so whenever I met Britt, I was probably pretty awkward. But no, I talked to Ty and Sammy. Like they were awesome. Um, talked to Anna J, asked her questions about her career and stuff. She was really nice. Um, it's also awkward because I'm older than them. It just makes me feel weird because I'm older than them. So whenever I meet them, like it's like, ugh. But like Kane, he's older than me. Len Jacobs, Dustin Rhodes, so that was different. Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's the age thing. It's like whenever you meet like, and I see it in the wrestling groups and stuff all the time. Um, the a lot of female wrestlers are just gorgeous. That's part of their job is they have to be attractive. Um, and but they're so much younger than me now. I just feel creepy. But I see all these other guys go up to them, like put their arms around them and stuff. And I'm like, that's awkward. I don't know. I just feel weird doing that. Talking to them, that's not really an issue. Like I can talk to anybody. I'll talk anybody's ear off. That doesn't matter. But like Anna J, I asked her what she liked better, working with the guys. I might have been thinking that. No, but like, uh, Anna J, I just told her I was a fan. Asked her what she liked or what felt better for her. See, that's the part that bothers me. Sasha Banks quit taking pictures with fans for a while because of that. I think Becky Lynch did as well. But I asked her, I said, did you prefer your time in Dark Order? Do you prefer working with the JAS? And she said that they were both so awesome. She said because she got to work with Brody, and she was handpicked, and John Silver's so fun to be around, and she said all the guys really were. And then she said also though she's learning so much from Chris Jericho that she could have never imagined to work with somebody like Jericho, and she's back with one of her best friends in Ty. So she said it was hard to pick one for her because there were so many positives from both. And you just go down that, and like Dustin Rhodes, like I can't remember everything that I asked him, but I actually told him I was like, I think I gotta go so that you can get on to the rest of the line. But oh yeah, me too. It's just so expensive. It's like $1,500. It's really pricey, and as of like 3 weeks ago, they were already 88% sold out. So, I mean, it's not like you can just dive right in. It's hard to get in, and then it's super expensive to get in. But at the same time, he said like I was listening. I think he said he and Sammy and Hager were just walking around like on the boat talking to people, which is pretty cool. I would think the worst experience on the boat would be for Danhausen because he pretty much has to stay in character the whole time. He can't just walk around the boat because people are going to know him. So he has to. He has to pretty much just stay in character. Now I'm really excited because at the end of this month I get to meet MJF, and I know what that becomes whenever you meet MJF. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be awesome. My wife's refusing to meet him. That's true. Yeah, but if he's there with his wife, like you're going to know because his wife's that dancer. Like everybody knows what his wife looks like, I think. You know you will. Danhausen's here as well. That should be fun. I haven't really paid attention. They were supposed to announce another headliner. I know they announced. They announced the headliner for August is Mike Tyson. So they've already announced that. The third wrestler for this one is Jesse Ventura. Our headliners for this time, which is at the end of this month, is Kelsey Grammer and Michael C. Hall. I would imagine they're going to be pretty popular amongst everybody. Not sure, like ours is getting bigger. It's starting to become a problem sometimes because it'll get a little too crowded. But we get Kelsey Grammer, you get Frazier, you get Michael C. Hall, Dolph Lundgren. Oh, that's changed. That's only Saturday. So I can go meet him and Danhausen on Saturday and MJF on Sunday. All right, that works for me. So I'm going to meet Dolph Lundgren too. Jesse Ventura, that's cool. Richard Dean Anderson, MacGyver. Even Subley, he's been in a lot of stuff. A lot of Dexter people here. Richard Dreyfuss is big. Julie Benz from Dexter. From Big Daddy, yeah. Joey Lauren Adams. I knew she looked familiar. George Wendt. Nick Castle, of course, from Halloween. Terry Hatcher and Dean Cain can meet Superman. Steve Burns from Blue's Clues. MJF, Scotty Ian, Danhausen. And now Danhausen's there all 3 days. MJF still just there Sunday. So those schedules are still changing, so it's hard to tell because you just never know. It might go right up to the day and then, something pops up and they can't be there anyways. So Yeah, they usually do reunions. They have multiple guys that played in Blue's Clues. That's why Steve Burns is there. Obviously, that one's not for me. I don't know if you saw it. They had the girl, I think, from Matilda. I know a lot of people, probably around my age, are pumped about that. Not something that I'm really into. One of the few Danny DeVito things I didn't watch. I do have a personal break here. So I'm going to go grab that. Did you see there's a new Ninja Turtles movie coming out? I think Seth Rogen is involved with it. See, I liked the old school Ninja Turtles movie whenever I was little, but I don't remember those movies. I just know I liked them. I wasn't as big of a fan as some other people. Like I had cousins and stuff that just absolutely loved those movies. I wasn't as big of a fan as they are, but I did like the movies. All right. Go grab this box here for Michael. All right, guys, our next break is for Michael. It's a 2022-23 Leaf Exotic Basketball Hobby Box. Good luck. Start off, Snakeskin, Mark Armstrong. Number 2 of 10. Zach Edey, Peacock. Numbered 5 of 5. And Tiger Stripe, Benedict Mathurin. Numbered 5 of 15. All right. Thank you, Michael. All right, guys, we do have another personal break here. All right, Lindsay, I'll go grab this. I'll be right back. All right, our next break is for Lindsay. It's a 2022 Panini National Treasures Baseball Hobby Box. Good luck, Lindsay. All right, so we'll start off with a Christian Pache, Colossal Materials, 24 of 25. Got a jersey piece here, Bo Bichette, 25 of 25. Hall of Fame Materials, Leo DeRocher, 7 of 15. Rookie autograph, Matt Manning, 82 of 99. Die cut material signatures, Dasman, number 3 of 25. Daz Cameron. We have diamond material signatures, Hunter Goodman, 46 of 49. Rookie patch autograph, Kevin Smith, numbered 7 of 10. Eckler's Choice, Gunnar Henderson. Nice memorabilia signature there, numbered 3 of 49. And a really nice hit here. We have Legendary Materials, numbered 7 of 10. Mike Trout. Mike Trout, numbered 7 of 10. Really nice booklet there, triple relic. And that'll do it. Thank you, Lindsay. guys, that is going to do it for me today. Tomorrow, new releases. We have Bowman's Best Baseball. A couple of breaks of those up. Those are almost sold out already, so definitely want to jump in those. Those breaks might be all we have. Immaculate Football. That one is now up. Upper Deck Flair Ultra Marvel Avengers. Now have breaks of those up as well. And we also have some breaks up of the Upper Deck SP Signature Legends Hockey. We'll roll the rest of the breaks from today over to then as well. Have a nice night, everybody.